Hello, welcome back. It's another Monday, and I'm glad to see you, glad to have you here. I hope you're all doing well today. Let me know how you are. I am good. I had a good weekend overall, and I'm looking forward to today. Um, I, I, I'm not questioning whether or not I'm looking forward to today, even though I feel like I made that seem questionable. I was more thinking about the whole week and whether I'm looking forward to that. I think I am, but it's gonna be a busy week. This is the week my son goes back to school, so I've got a long drive in the middle of the week, followed the next day by a flight back. And it's always a little much. It's a lot of sitting and not a lot else. So, in order to prepare myself for that today, I have plans. I am going to be reading this book, which I realize now is kind of hard to tell what the title is, but it's called Once Upon a Tome. It's a memoir. I can't talk today, of Oliver Darkshire's time as an apprentice at Southrons, one of the oldest used antiquarian bookshops in London. And it's a funny little book. I started it yesterday, and I should finish it today, maybe pretty early on in the sprints. I don't remember exactly how long it is. Um, but yeah, so I plan on doing that, but I also plan on getting a lot of movement in today because that's my plan for the next 2 days leading into when I need to do my trip is to move a lot. So I'm probably going to be spending a good chunk of these sprints up and about and either just walking around my house literally or um, cleaning my bathroom, that kind of stuff. The downside is I'm realizing right now I don't have an audiobook to listen to. I need to fix that because otherwise I'm going to be like enjoying myself, well, except for when I'm cleaning, but not making good use of reading time. So, I mean, like in terms of actually reading. Anyway, let me know what you guys are up to today, what you're reading, working on, doing today. And yeah, hello, Dina. How are you? You're reading The Bright Years by Sarah Damoff and When Crickets Cry by Charles Martin. When Crickets Cry, that sounds so sad. Diana, good morning to Dina from you. Good morning to me and company. Good morning to you. You've been reading, the 1,000 books to read before you die. Probably not a good idea since you're on bees and have added a few more books. I know. I totally understand. But it's so interesting too to hear about like all these other books, right? Diana, you think you will read Dungeon Crawler Carl since you're feeling something light. Okay. Jay, good morning. You were listening to Dungeon Crawler Carl Butcher's Masquerade over the weekend. Squishy and hilarious. Nice. Aries, happy Monday to you. And let's know what everybody's reading. Yeah, so I'm reading Once Upon a Tome. What are you reading? Hey, Chris, good morning. You're going to be watching Kelly's sprints as well. Awesome. Tell Kelly I said hi. I have to remember to go and swing in and say hi to Kelly too. And you're reading Hunted by Sky Milky Wagner, and you're on page 21 out of 285. Oh, you'll finish that pretty quickly. You're a fast reader, Chris. Thanks for saying hi. Jay, you'll be catching up with your buddy read of 1984, Uncertain Suns, short stories, and Animal Spiral. Love the writing, not sure how you feel overall. On which one? All of them? or the last one? Or the first one? Which one? Which one? Hey, Cinders, how are you? Good afternoon to you too. You're so tired from organizing your home. You need to just rest during the first sprint. That sounds good. I hope you've been having a good day over there in Finland and that your summer is going well. And Gina, good morning. You're reading After I Do by Taylor Jenkins Reid. That's one of her earlier ones, right? I feel like people have mentioned that one, but that it's like before she became like super rock star kind of thing. And Sushi, good morning. You're packing up to go to the library and taking us with you. Yay. Have fun at the library. I feel like I should be whispering. Cinders, you're still reading Virgin Suicides and Pride and Prejudice. Nice. I love that combo. Viviana, good morning to you. You're reading The Telltale Heart and Other Writings by Edgar Allan Poe. Nice. Sue, good morning. Oops, my comments accidentally jumped. Good morning to me and to everyone. You're reading A Drop of Corruption by Robert Jackson Bennett. It's the second book in the series. The first was The Tainted Cup. That's what I was going to say. I was like, wait, what was the first one in that series? Okay, you have the third on hold on Libby. Nice. I feel a little binging of a series happening. And Denise, good morning. Oh, you're starting Angel Down. Let us know how you end up liking it. And Susan, good morning. Long time lurker. Well, thanks for saying hi this time. Maybe first time chatter? Can't remember. I think so. I don't feel like I've seen your name here before. So thanks for saying hi. You're reading, oh, Ken. That seems like a super popular one, even though I have no idea what it's about, but I keep like seeing it around. You also have a hefty to-do list for today. Okay, fair. Hope you make good progress in your book and your to-do list. Sushi's listening to Mr. Penumbra's 24-hour bookstore. Nice. Jay, uncertain how you feel about, oh, Animal Spiral. Oh, really? But like, I feel like you've been working on that a couple of weeks. Oh no, that's not good. Queen, hello, how are you? You're starting Good Morning Means I Love You by Kendra Allen. Agatha, flooring going in at the moment. Oh, in the half bath and laundry room. You're rendered deaf due to all the noise. Yeah, nothing like tapping of flooring. Is it like the wood planks where like they have to hammer it in? I feel like there's no floor that goes in quietly, except for maybe laminate or something. We'll start the day with poetry. Yeah, I have my poetry book too. And so now that you say that, maybe I'll put that there as a reminder to start with that when I sit. I'm going to start by doing my standing, walking, moving, cleaning, whatever stuff, and then come sit. And Sue, hello. You were reading a UFO report from 1957 here in town. Ooh, what happened? Did you have crop circles, lights in the sky? What kind of report? What kind of thing? I want to know. And Gina, it was released in 2014. Okay, that's what I thought. I thought it was one of her earlier ones. Michelle, good morning. You finally finished Women Talking and you didn't like it. Oh no. Well, I mean, I guess that shouldn't be too surprising because I remember like it was taking you what you felt like was kind of a longer time given the length of the book. But it's the first book you've finished in 2 months. Okay, well, hey, that's something. And Ken was 5 stars for you. Nice. But you haven't read that recently. Oh, well, I hope the next book is better for you, Michelle, because that's kind of a bummer. What did you not like about it, Michelle? I'm interested. Aries somehow ended up with 8 books in progress again. Well, every now and then I'm like, I need to start more books. Like have more going. I've gone back to mono reading, but there is something kind of fun about having a lot of books to choose from. Sushi, after that, you will be watching or listening to 2 podcasts from your YouTube Watch Later list. Still have over 2,000 saved, doing a few every day or deleting once and for all. Okay, you're making progress. I mean, that's down a lot because what did you start at? I remember it being way higher than that. Cinders bought some new books you've been looking forward to. But some new books you are looking forward to are Yesteryear, Project Hail Mary, Funny Story, Bunny, and One Day. Those are not new books, but they're due to you. I get what you mean. And yeah, and those are all like super popular and hyped. So hopefully you like all of them or some of them or something. Michelle, Agatha, we're on week 2 of your neighbors building a deck. Oh, no. And why is it like when it's your house renovation and construction, like it's annoying, but it's okay. But when it's somebody else's, it's like a whole nother level. And deck construction is in week 2. How big is that deck gonna be? Like, I feel like a deck should be like a couple days, I guess. I don't know. That seems like a lot. Susan, good to know about Ken, Michelle. Sue is saying lights in the sky. A vehicle was seen in the sky in your mountains. Ooh, is there no road up there? And Agatha, it's vinyl, but lots of sawing the length and edges. Okay, yeah. I can hear it now, Agatha. I can hear it now. Jay, there have been a lot of distractions, not Animal Spiral's fault. It's more a questioning of individuality, emergent communal mind, loss of history because of loss of individual mind. I mean, that sounds good, but it's a shame that it's not. Vinyl adhesive. Oh, okay. I got you, but they still gotta saw the edges, yeah. You get the storyline that required a male to be the narrator, but you felt detached from what the women were experiencing. That was my least favorite part of the book as well. I also kind of felt like it was a choice, and I don't know if it was a choice that I liked. And I do recall it taking me what felt like at least half the book to start liking it. Um, and it was more like I liked a couple of characters' reactions and things that they said. Sushi from 5,000. Okay, see, oh, that's right, because you had reached the max. You have 2 lists maxed out. Hey, you've made a lot of progress. 3,000 down is good. I know, like, some of that was deleting, but still. Agatha says, oh no, Michelle. Hello, Chandler. Good morning. How are you? I hope you're doing well today. Aries is reading Witch Hat Atelier, Nemesis Games, Piranesi, Buffalo Hunter Hunter, Project Hail Mary, Into the Riverland, Daughter of Dr. Moreau, and The Gilded Cage. Ooh, fun stuff. The plot isn't propulsive, Jay, more a gradual evolutionary lean. Oh, basically you feel positive, but you couldn't say why. It's got a dreamy quality for you. I mean, those sound like good things. Michelle, it's a big deck. I bet it is if it's taking 2 weeks on $1 million house. Okay, so it's a like you could live on the deck if you just enclosed it kind of deck. Okay, and you rent a little apartment in the house next door. The deck has sides and a roof. Yeah, okay. So they're basically building an outdoor extension onto their house. That's annoying. No road where it was seen. Okay, we used to have secret military bases here. See, like nowadays, I feel like that would just be interpreted as somebody was like in an off-road vehicle, right? But I could see how back then it would be like, whoa, aliens. Oh my gosh, that's fun. Anyway, let's get into our first sprint. It's going to be 45 minutes. Emerald Spiral really isn't like anything else you've read before, so you're a bit more unmoored. That makes sense. That's totally fair. Yeah, so our first sprint's going to be 45 minutes. We're going to get the day going. I'm going to start by moving around and getting my act together. Hello, Nina. How are you? You were saying hi, and oh, Agatha and Michelle, you three. You're getting all the back walls and windows changed in your apartment building. Oh my gosh, yeah. All 3 of you are getting it. Oh no. Well, I hope for, sunny days, quick finishes, and absolute silence for you guys in the near future. So, okay. I guess I have everything set up. I like usually this is the point where I'm like, wait, I need to do 3 things before we can go into the sprint. But I think we're set and good to go. So yeah, that's exciting. You don't mind the hammering, but that saw. There's certain things that like after a while the repeated sound just starts to feel like some weird version of torture. So I feel you there. All right. Anyway, enough blathering on my end. We're going to go into our sprint. I will see you guys in 45 minutes. Good luck. Have fun. And I'll see you in a bit. Happy sprinting to all of you. Hello and welcome back. How was your first sprint? How did things go? Mine went well. I did indeed spend 30 minutes walking around. I got like a lot of little morning kind of stuff done. I put away and cleaned up the kitchen from breakfast. I opened all the curtains and yeah, just like little like beginning of the day things, but it took me half an hour to do all of them. I also like packed up some mail I needed to send out and some other stuff like that, and sent out a longer text I needed to do. But it's still funny how long it took to do all of that. And today's weather is weird. It was like super sunny half a second ago, and now it's super overcast. It is apparently only 72 degrees outside, and I think the high today is just supposed to be 85, but it's also supposed to rain in a couple hours. But it's been saying that for the last week, and then we get like 5 minutes of rain. So we'll see what ends up going on with that. But in the meantime, while I was up and about and doing stuff for those 30 minutes, I was checking in and watching and seeing what was going on in the chat and saying hi to people. And yeah, Nina was commiserating with Agatha. And Sue dropped this interesting fact about how you're in the UFO capital of South California. And that's why the Scientology base is there. I did not know that. Did not know that. And Lady joined, as did Anne and Kay. And I said hello to you all. And has her house back. You're rereading John of John. Oh, I didn't even realize that you said you were rereading that. And you're trying to figure out if the frog was real in The President and the Frog. Maybe Jay has some thoughts on that. Kay, good afternoon to you. And you picked up a book and thought you needed a thriller. So she didn't see it coming. Sherry LaPena was picked. Nice. I said hello. And Jay was saying that that's a good one. Ooh, there you go, Kay. Jay read it a couple of years ago. And Jay is also glad that Anne enjoyed the book. You considered the frog a Schrodinger's frog. It's both real and isn't real. Okay, interesting. Have you guys seen the book? What is it, like Cat Love or something like that? That is like basically Schrodinger's cat in a box in a classroom. It's a fictional story. I want to check it out a little further, but I keep seeing it, and I'm like, when you come out in paperback, we might be friends. Oh, and there's Cat Fest going on right now, Cat Video Festival. And ours is going to be here at the end of this month. I've bought the tickets. My husband and I are going. If you don't know what it is and you like cat videos, look it up. It's a national thing. I'm going to temporarily turn this light on over here, and that's probably going to make the sun come back out. Sue got to 37% in Dungeon Crawler Carl 3, got the cats their kibble and ate breakfast. Lady, you've had storms, tornadoes, and constant rain in Ohio. Yeah, you guys have been getting it there. Yeah, the last week, still in today, and probably for the whole week to come. Oh, no, I'm sorry. It gets stressful after a while. Jay, it's sort of like Women on the Edge of Time. I'm not familiar with that one. Agatha cleaned under the washer and dryer. Nice. Worked on registration and email for a video Algebra 1 student, hoping to truly get poetry during the next sprint. I did read a poem during that last sprint, and it was curious. So the poetry collection, I don't think I showed it today. I have African American poetry, 250 years of struggle and song. And the first set of poems are by Phyllis Wheatley. And then I've made it now onto the next author, the next poet. And what was his name? Jupiter Hammond. What a name. And so he wrote a poem to Phyllis Wheatley talking about the wonderfulness of her work and that kind of thing. But he started by talking about how fortunate she is to come out of that dark land. And he's another African American. And I'm like, oh, the level of deception that has fallen upon you. Yeah. Anyway, lady, you got a few thousand emails deleted. That's incredible. I need to maybe delete some emails during the next sprint. Like I try to do it every time I think of it. That and pictures. Every time I think about it, delete a few. Viviana, you're annotating the phrases that spark your interest. Nice. And Alex, hello. Happy Monday. How are you, friend? I hope you're well. Has anyone actually read any of Hubbard's books, or is it just propaganda? That's funny. I have not. So, Sue read 31 chapters and swept in your large living room. Nice. Aries read a few chapters of Piranesi and Nemesis games, and you spin a wheel to decide what you read, and that's what you choose. Ooh, do you join Sarah for her I can't even TBR spin? Is that it? I feel like I'm like the name is almost right there and I can like see her thumbnail and picture and everything. And now that I'm thinking about it, I'm like, what is it actually called? I think it's TBR spin, where she does reading sprints and then she like at the beginning of the year you choose a selection of books and then during the reading sprints she spins the wheel. Anyway, it sounds kind of like what you're doing. Agatha, by the way, you finished the Female Quixote this weekend. It's funny, but drags a bit in the middle. You think you're done with your Quixote binge for the summer. Yeah. But I'm glad you finished it. It drags a bit in the middle. Okay, I'll have to keep that in mind for when I go to read it. Alex, you want to get into Westward Women today, but you have a ton to do for homeschool prep for the year. I bet. When are you guys starting, or have you started already? I mean, like, I know you kind of sort of do year round, but like, do you have like an official like, okay, we're cracking down harder, or do you like progressively go into the year? Jay weeded and watered the garden, more to do, also need to eat breakfast. It's cat fest at your home every day, I bet. I mean, as far as the cat's concerned, 100%. Meg went to Capitol Fest a week ago. So fun, so cute. Yay. I'm so glad it was a good time. I'm looking forward to it. I can't wait to see. Aries, one of your cats doesn't want to be touched, but he was okay with sleeping on top of you. That seems unfair. You hope this means that he's slowly losing his fear of you. Oh, yeah, I hope so. You have to choose between a couple new books, Meg, The Unknown and A Trade in Blood. Ooh, I don't know either of those, but let us know what you pick. Jay, you would like The Woman on Edge of Time. Crazy lady basically doesn't behave like a proper lady. Committed to psych ward. Is she hallucinating or alt universe traveling? Ooh, that does sound good. And Sue is saying to Jay that Ron Hubbard is considered a really good science fiction author. You haven't read anything except a short story. Yeah. I have heard of him. I haven't like read anything. TBR spin. Oh, that's how you found my channel. Oh, that's cool. Okay, so you do participate in it. Fun. I think I'm going to try it next year. I mean, I guess I don't even really have to wait until next year, but I feel like if I tried now, I'd be so confused. But I've wanted to try it. Jay, that's what you've heard, but it's usually about the same folks that think Stranger to Strange Land Highland is great. I mean, there is like a particular like era in science fiction that I feel like if you like a lot of the people from that time period. So it makes sense that if you like Heinlein and you like Stranger in a Strange Land, that you would like somebody else from that time period. You'll probably get rolling first week of September. You usually aim for mid-August, but you're not ready. You have a trip to New Hampshire coming up, so you'll just wait until after that. Well, that's the great part of homeschool, right? Is you get to choose. So, well, I hope you enjoy your trip, and I'm sure it's a nice way to give you a bit more time. You don't think it matters how good Hubbard's sci-fi is? You just couldn't read him knowing what he started. Fair. Yeah. And yeah. Yeah. Oh gosh, I think that's why Jay was like, is it actually good or is it just propaganda? Especially his like bigger works since then. I mean, it might be a combination of both, right? And you were told to read Blood Over Bright Haven. I've heard nothing but good things about it. I haven't even read Sword of Kaigan. Have you read it? And you barely made the break, G. Well, welcome. You did make it, and you're here for a few. I still have to change our clock, so that helps you out a little bit. All right. Well, we're going to go into our first of 60-minute sprints as soon as I reset our timer here. There we go. We have got an hour on the clock. We're going to sprint for an hour and then come back and chat some more. Those are just the dudes that are promoted from the time period to by other dudes. Meanwhile, there's a lot other better science fiction, fantasy. Yeah. She was saying you didn't like that book, but you're in the minority. Oh, for Blood Over Brighthaven? I do feel like I've seen a few people say they weren't fans from the same period. Yeah. Sort of Kaigen was fun, but fun, a bit unconventional. Yeah, I feel like that's what people really liked about it. And then it seems like people who liked Blood Over Brighthaven just continued to like her books. All right, I've got an hour on the clock. I'm going to spend most of this hour sitting and reading, and then I'm going to spend some of it doing some more, well, probably actually start cleaning my bathroom at this point. And Michelle will be working. You work in education, and next week classes start. Oh my gosh, yes. Good luck to everybody who's in education and starting classes next week. Sue says, very fair, Alex. He stumbled upon Scientology Bible at the library book sale, and I bet it is interesting, Sue. Michelle, with your headphones on because deck building saws. Oh, yeah. At least do you have the like noise canceling ones, Michelle? Because I bet that would help. All right, I'm going to start the timer. I will see you guys in an hour. Happy sprinting, everybody. Hello, welcome back. How'd the sprint go for everyone? Mine went well. I did some reading, I did some cleaning and walking around the house and sending up some text messages and other things. And I also talked to my mom for a little bit. So, yeah, it was a good sprint for me. And so far, I feel like my 30 minutes of cleaning and then an hour of sitting is working well. The downside is that I'm counting an hour of my sitting, including this time when we're chatting. So I'm not getting as much reading done as I usually do on Mondays, but I'm not feeling too bad about that because I don't think I'm going to alternate the like moving and sitting and that kind of thing all day long, probably just until I'm done with my cleaning. So yeah, it's going well. It's feeling good. My book is coming along. So I was keeping a little bit of an eye on the sprints for a bit there, and then I lost track. You guys were having a good chatty time. Let me see if I can find where we left off quite a ways back. So I don't know if I'll get through all of these comments, but let's see. When we left off, oh yeah, there was talk about Scientology, and then Michelle was sharing about headphones. Okay, you put meditative music on to block out the deck building sounds. Jay had a Scientology friend once. Basic extortion to progress ranks scheme. Ugh, sounds awful. Aries is going to have a construction site near your house. Oh, for maintenance on train tracks. That does not sound fun. And Sue said hi to Sue. Sue had many friends in the early 1970s who joined Scientology. Oh, wow. And Michelle was saying, yeah, you were telling your coworker that you've been through 2 deck builds this year. Oh my gosh. And still don't have a deck yourself. That seems unfair. Especially given if the houses are close. And Melina joined. Hello. Oh, you've read it and you found it charming. Nice. Oh, and you're reading East of Eden. Ooh, nice. And I said hello to Paul as well, who also joined. Diana wanted to know if Sue is the one who works on jigsaw puzzles. You do. What's your jigsaw puzzle today, Sue? Diana was watching some competitions on YouTube. Quite interesting. They are fun to watch. There's my hello to Melina and Paul, and hello to Grace. Good morning. Reading May Luna. I haven't heard of that one. Ooh, and you're almost done with it. Holly, hello. You're on your 5th Booker, John of John. So far, your favorite. Also reading Chakraborty for a break from all the lit fic. Nice. I am wondering if John of John is going to win, guys. Honestly, like most people who read it seem to really like it. Holly was saying to G and you are also reading. Oh, convenience store women. Nice woman, just singular. Jay was saying, which Chakraborty you're curious about the new Amina El Sarafi one. Yeah, that's right. It's like book 2 in the series has come out, right? Or book 3? I forget which one it's on. Agatha started The Way We Live Now yesterday on a slow buddy read, 1 chapter per day, 100 chapters in all. Read chapter 2 and was able to get some poetry read during the break. Nice. I think I'm going to eat lunch during the next sprint because I'm suddenly starving. Anne was asking, Holly, have you read Helen of Nowhere? Who's that by, Anne? And you're reading the first Amina El Sharafi. Nice. Holly started a Helen of Nowhere and you're keeping an open mind. You need to finish it this week. You're following Cole Grissom's schedule. Nice. You cheated and dipped into black bag already. You were laughing your off. Totally British humor that you adore. Nice. Now, here's a funny thing about you two. Is that I would probably have problems if I said that word out loud, but it's not an issue for you to put it into your comment. Like, how does that work? Also, YouTube like flagged me for tagging something in one of my videos, and they're like, hey, you need to change your music that you're using because you can't use this music and have something tagged in your video. And I'm like, I didn't tag in my video and I'm not monetizing the video. It made no sense. And like disputing something that YouTube says you did is unbelievably hard. You fear Helen of Nowhere may be way too pretentious. Ooh, okay. Jay finished watering, filled the water jug, switched out water filters. Make your morning smoothie now to drink it. Excellent. You loved the first Amina. It was so fun. Nice to see an older protagonist for a change. So tired of teen angst. And Holly was saying, yeah, she's tall, not small, yet mighty. With a child and mother to worry about, loved the adventure. People do seem to like the mother and child adventure stories. I'm surprised there's not more of them. You also loved some Bilbo Baggins. Bilbo is fine, but it's Sam that rocks in your book. Grace is at 76% by the time we came back from the break. Did I not come back on time? It seems to be a working break. Oh, because the break is over. Yeah. I did realize that. I just haven't stopped the clock. Sorry. Let me do that. Oh my gosh. Did I miss the break? Or is my timer off? I'm really confused now. Oh, it's not unputdownable. I think I got confused because I kept getting phone calls. So, oh well. Also, my timer is looking weird on my screen. Anyway, you worked on your reading journals and now a jigsaw puzzle of treats, listening to Hannah Brown's autobiography, playing library chicken with it. You figured out low fantasy after DNFing too many books with dragons and complicated magic systems. You'll continue to your Sudoku and audiobook. Sorry, I came back eventually. Hello, Nikki. How are you? Currently reading When the Day Comes By. It did happen a couple of weeks ago. I don't know what to tell you. Sometimes, for whatever reason, even though I have my computer turned up really loud, it's hard to hear. It pops. Yeah, I kept getting phone calls is what probably happened. You're posting when half writing. If you like to support indie authors, Jay found a pretty good one. TJ Green, contemporary English village fantasy, mild closed door romance, strong plot. Nice. I'm doing well, Lauren. How are you doing? It's really hot in my house for some reason. I think it's humid. Nina, your favorite part is when I look at the screen but don't see the break. Yeah, it's because it's this big on my screen. That's why. So it's hard to tell when there's 7 minutes of the break left versus 7 minutes of the sprint left because the word focus is tiny. Sorry, guys. Yeah, no, you'll just have to take breaks when I finally take a break. Just ignore the timer. You don't like battles or fights, not that you're a pacifist. They're just boring to you. You skip through those in Buffy. Oh, okay. That makes sense. You thought the main plot was good, Jay. Good mystery and romance didn't overshadow it. Not into the romanticities, huh, Holly? Hello, a book nook. Hello, Swank. How are you? Pineapple Juice Day. Ooh, I like a good pineapple juice. And happy Black Cat Appreciation Day and happy Thrift Store Day. Lots of things to celebrate. Jay also finds long fight scenes boring. The magic fights are pretty quick and buried magic and magic unbound. You're planning on continuing the series. Great brain off books. Awesome. And how are those of you who just joined doing? I hope you're well. Sue said hi. Watching Your Hero Academia and will read Bungo Stray Dogs, Beast for the Remix. What is that about? And Swink says hi to all. Nikki got to page 159. Book Nick's taking a break to read manga between two heavier books. That is a nice way to go. Holly said hi. You got a party up in here? You guys do. Buried Magic had Jay worried for a bit. The main character seemed to be hot for any male. Oh, lots of people don't like that. That can get annoying real fast. And the extra 10 minutes was nice. Well, there you go. I figured you guys might want to just be in your books just a little longer. You're just turning in while you're working from home and hanging out all day. You're doing overtime, so you'll be working until 6:30 when you're not doing overtime. Story of your life. It is, Lauren. But glad you could be here with us. You had some interruptions during Kelly's sprint, so you're now at 172. Okay, well, you're coming along still. Lady had a busy hour with work, but was able to get started on your budget planning, and you're going to continue. Nice. Hey, Jean, how are you? I'm doing well. You're reading an arc of The Inevitable Undoing of Zahara Douglas. That is a great title. What is the book about? You're not having a 1 hour break. We're gonna go back in. No, I get it. I understand. I missed the break. Yep. You'll get through all the comments. You've got an hour. Yeah, you guys have been commenting a lot. That is for sure. Had a lot to say. Hello from Nikki to everybody. Sarcastic poet. Hello. How are you? You'll be giving. Tell me an ending. Go. Ooh. Let me know how you like it. That review just came out. I really enjoyed it. The puzzle is baked goods and a Coke. Areas might get yourself a puzzle and a board to keep it safe from the cats. Nice. YouTube AI is so fun. I know. Hey, Kelly, how are you? You need to make a journal entry, then moving on to proofreading. Awesome. Hello, Matilda. They've started in have they haven't started inspections yet? Oh no. Are you having inspections done? I hope it goes well. And Grace was saying, no. Makina Goodman wrote Helen of Nowhere. You've read it twice and still feel like you're missing something. I know I missed the break. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Nikki says hi to Kelly. Jay, it's not another mother child adventure. Amita's mother and children are vulnerable to attack and exploitation. Hello, Tally. No worries. I'm in the sprinting zone. I know, apparently so. Oh, gosh. You'll be trying to clean, but your cat just got comfy. Good luck, Michelle. Beast is an alternate universe version of the anime and manga series. Oh, okay. Inspired by the author and their works. Basically, if one person was in another organization than the one he was in the main universe. I think I understand. Anyway, okay, we're now done with my sprint. I mean, my break. So we'll go back into the normal sprints. I'm going to restart the timer for a full hour, though, because I'm telling myself that will somehow help me. Hopefully, I won't get phone calls and miss the actual break. But if I do, we'll have a break, just not when the timer says. So just listen for the sound of my voice. Oh, you still didn't hit your page goal. I'm sorry. Maybe you'll hit it this go round. All right, I'll see you guys in an hour-ish. Happy sprinting. Hello and welcome back. I'm back on time. I made it. I figured things out, maybe. For now. I make no promises for the future. Anyway, how's your sprint going? Mine is going well. I finished cleaning most of both of my bathrooms. I have some like cleaning of floors left to do and some other stuff, but it is going well. And I'm really enjoying my book, which, if you can't read the title, is Once Upon a Tome. And it is the memoirs of somebody's time working in a antiquarian bookstore. It is very funny, especially the section where I'm at right now, which is he's talking about his adventures and having to go out to people's homes to look at books there. And first there was the estate that he walked to, and that was a mistake. And then there was the visit he went to a townhome in London where he's got to go into the attic and into the basement, and she's got like a multi-story floor of books cases that she wants him to look at. Very humorous. Quite enjoying it. All right, let's go back and see what you were up to. I know there were quite a bit of conversation, so I'll try and just summarize them, and you guys can read them in more detail if you like. Christina did join us. Hello, Christina. Thank you for your reminders, as always. I hope you're well. And Sue should finish Hannah Brown's autobiography during the sprint. Nice. Holly was saying that you finish Helen of Nowhere, you'll weigh in on its meaning, or when you finish it, rather, have to let the English Lit degree do something. You think the key is transcendentalism as a theme. Ooh, the idea of place and one's definition of themselves. Interesting. And then Jay challenged Holly to pick up animal spirits so they can discuss. Holly liked the challenge. Viviana likes the descriptive writing of Poe. Nice. I'm glad you're enjoying it. He's a physicist but misses the metaphors. Oh, your dad and you read novellas together. Oh, I like that. And yeah, and then they were going to connect and possibly read the same book. So they're looking up each other on the story graph, which is fun. And I like this question that ended up coming up in your conversation, guys, about magical realism and why, how do people feel about it and whether or not they like it. So I'm going to ask all of you guys that. Do you like magical realism? Do you not like magical realism? I do feel like it's very split on social media as to whether or not people like it. And wants some orange juice but couldn't get it open. Did you ever manage to get it open or have somebody open it for you? And then this was interesting. Prosopopia. I'm pretty sure I'm missing some vowels. A rhetorical device in which a non-human element speaks or is spoken to as a human. I feel like that happens a lot in books. But in this case, it was the frog. And then Jay's wondering, is this just true of cats in general? Cats in books, for sure. Sue finished sweeping the living room and now to read. And Viviana will return. Sounds good. Enjoy your time. And Holly said that she loves charcoal press and magical realism. And you were the one who was saying that you felt like it's sometimes a dirty word on YouTube. Yeah, it's weird. I think that some people just like it and others really don't. And I don't like, for me, I would say more that it works for me sometimes and sometimes it doesn't. I like magical realism when it's really magical realism, not surrealism. I think that's the difference for me. And you figured it out, I hope. Okay, yes, you guys have found each other. You use Fable more, but you'll start visiting again. Yay! The start of a beautiful relationship. Do you want to go public with the buddy read or keep it restricted? Anybody else want to join? And that's for Animal Spiral, right? That you guys are doing that. Hello, Pearls and Plot Twists. How are you doing? You're knitting for the next bit, then you need to get more interwebby stuff done. Sounds good. What are you working on in your knitting? Hey, Amelia, how are you? Hi, Paula. Good to see you. Thanks for hugging the like button. Focusing on reading Mansfield Park. Ooh, enjoy. Theoretically, it's finally reading time, but practically you're feeling more like bedtime. That's understandable. Jay, you think you'll keep it private till you get your book? Oh, that makes sense. Yeah. So that it's not like started before you guys are ready. Alicia, hello. Just joining, about to get some lunch, hopefully some tidying up and reading time before the kiddos get home. Time's a cracking, right? And yay, Sue, you finished your book. Good job. How was it? And Chris, some more interruptions means you still haven't finished. Oh, you're getting so close. You're still making progress. But yeah, oh, I totally get it, Chris, because yeah, normally he'd be done by now. But hey, progress is progress. We are back on time. Amazing. 82% into May Luna. Nice job, Grace. And Pearls is saying hi to Aries and Chris and Sue and Holly and everyone she's seen so far. Nikki read to 181, 31% in When the Day Comes. And more hellos from Pearl to Grace and Nikki. And Nikki says hi to Alicia, hi to Chris and Pearls, and hi to Nikki, and hi to Christina, and hi. Aries needs another coffee, but before the cats let you go to the kitchen, they demand kibbles, right? You need coffee before kibbles. That could be a book. Sorry for vanishing last week. You're fine. First, the internet connection crashed, and then you did might happen again today. Can't make any promises. Well, hopefully it's you crashing and not the internet, I guess. That would be the preferable choice, right? Nikki said hello to Paula. Agatha was saying to Viviana, you love Poe and wants to know which one in specific you were reading. Swank's saying hi to Alicia. Did everything go well? Aries likes magical realism. You like every fantasy subgenre. Fair. Amelia, you only like a certain kind of magical. I just made a new subgenre. Magical realism. You lately read and loved The Renovation from the Booker long list, and that worked well for you. See, isn't it interesting? Makes you wonder what types you like. Paula likes magical realism, but it does hit or miss depending on the book you're reading. Same. Kelly wrote your journal entry and proofread to page 240 in your author's manuscript, now in lunchtime. Oh, I did have lunch too during that sprint. Nikki, you feel like magical realism really depends on the book for you? Yeah. Swank was saying to Pearls, and you're not going to say hi because you said hi twice during pirate sprints. Right. You guys are just aware. You're there. You're making a shawl. It's taking a long time because it's so big. Ooh, but those are like the best shawls, the really big ones. Are you doing like lace weight, fingering weight? Are you doing a thick, bulky one? Probably not. If it's going to take a long time and it's big, you're probably doing a lighter weight. Probably not. I hope you enjoy it. And Kelly says hi to Alicia. Jay got 10 pages read in Animal Spiral, switched from communal consciousness to communal hive body. Yeah, keeping it weird for sure. And hello, book nerd with lipstick. Love it. You're halfway through a chapter of a work-related book. Once you're done with it, you'll be back to reading for fun. You're rereading, Severance. Is that for, ironically, for the work one or for fun? Probably for fun, unless your job is actually that fun. Pearls is saying hi to Alicia, Kelly, Swank, and Anne. Sue, 3 stars, but at least you understand Hannah Brown a little bit. Okay, well, there's that. And Kelly saying hi to Pearl. Pearl saying the Swanks. Yeah, you got double love this morning. There you go. Alicia, for the most part, that you cried. She suggested upping meds and new beds and therapy. Oh no, Alicia, it doesn't sound like things are going well. And I'm sorry to hear that. But hopefully something works out. And Alicia was saying hi to Pearl. Kelly, now you need to know if you typed Alicia's name wrong and autocorrect fixed it, or if you just spelled it wrong. That's not normal for you. Oh, where earlier? I don't know. And hello to Kelly from Alicia. Amelia, you think you like it when absurdity or surrealism is telling you something. It doesn't if you feel like you have no clue what's going on. I think that's a fair distinction. Like, I don't mind for something to feel surreal or dreamlike I would agree if there's a reason that that's happening. But like, if it's just, you're just writing it that way, I mean, in theory, I know an author always feels like there's a reason, but sometimes it's not enough of a reason. He asks you if you're in the library. Who asked you that, Anne? Are you opening a library? That's the real question. Alicia, definitely do the therapy. It helps so much. Therapy is very helpful usually. Book nerd severance is for fun, but it's actually for a book club. So maybe if a bit of both, work and fun, sure. I hope you enjoy it at least. Grace, you want to like Hannah Brown, but you're having a hard time moving past what she did in 2020. But hey, people can change for the better. Oh, I don't know anything about that bookish scandal. Sounds deep. It's all good. It's all part of the HRT you're doing because of perimenopause. Oh, okay. I got you. You're thinking about it, Swank. She gave me some suggested telemed ones. Ooh, okay. Yeah, that sounds good. And the mailman, after he opened your mailman opened your juice for you. I love that. Well, you should open a library then. Oh, hmm. I don't know. I hear you, Grace. I People can change, but that's something that's deeply rooted and embedded. That's yeah. Huh. And it may be that the only change she's learned is to not sing on social media. Anyway, let's get into our next sprint. It's going to be another hour. I hope you guys have fun, enjoy it, and get lots of reading and work done or whatever. And I'll see you in an hour, supposedly. Happy sprinting. Hello and welcome back. How is everybody doing? I'm doing well. I hope you are also. I hope your sprints are going well for you. Yeah, I am done with all the cleaning I'm going to do in my bathroom today. Maybe all the cleaning I'm going to do. I'm just realizing, is this right? This can't be right. That it's only 76 outside? Should we be going outside? Oh wait, nope. That was a lie. It's 81. Oh, and feels like it's 92. Forget that. Never mind. Shh, didn't say that. It's nice and sunny out though. That's why I was like, this definitely seems like and feels like a lie. Anyway, yeah, I'm going to be spending pretty much all of the next sprint reading. I'll probably get up a bit towards the end and move around, get some other stuff done. I've decided to move some stuff around in my front hallway. I made myself a nice mug of, it's technically tea, but it's like a chicory based herbal tea. So it tastes a little bit more like coffee because I wanted to fool myself and like give myself a placebo effect of coffee, and I have a little snack over there. So I'm going to be like enjoying that during the next sprint during my reading. And we have a nice long break here. I feel like I need to bring my snack over now because now my tea's going to be cold if I wait that whole time. Not that I won't still drink it. Let me know. Do you do that? Do you like take so long to drink your coffee that it's cold by the time you're done? I always forget my coffee about halfway through the cup. And like, I really just need to pour it over ice at that point and stop pretending. Swink, because we were talking about magical realism, was saying that your fantasy needs to be based in reality. And then you give a couple of different examples of that. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Okay. Fair. Soon, you have to use a nutcracker. Was saying this to Anne that you have to use a nutcracker to open bottles. It almost always works. One of the old school ones that looks like a V. Oh, that's a smart idea. And Pearls was saying you had your mailman open a jar for you when you couldn't get the lid off. Look at those helpful mail people. Jay singing that. It's kind of basic for a decent adult not to do that. Yeah. This was back to a comment that Grace had made earlier about why she stopped reading somebody. And like singing it, like that's like extra effort there. Swing was saying, Arg, Kelly, you're unaware this was a service the post office offered. You're so amused. And arg right back to Swink. Are you guys being pirates? Is that what's going on? And you have to walk up to too many strangers to ask them to open something. The security guard at the hospital, the bus driver, the mailman. Well, at least they're helping you. And yay, Matilda! Inspection is passed. Hip hip hooray. I'm glad. I'm sure that's a huge relief. You usually ask your wife or daughter before they leave in the morning, but you forgot this time. Well, I'm glad you had somebody around to help. Matilda always asks tall people in the grocery store to get stuff off the top shelf for you. Most people don't mind helping when they are asked. That's so true. And Anne's never had anyone say no. Yeah, kind, decent human beings. Jay's even offered when you've noticed someone looking at something on the top shelf. Ah, see, then they don't even have to ask. And Pearl's saying to Matilda, same, you're always having to find tall people to help you. You let them know you can handle the bottom shelf for them if need be. That's a good point as well. Yeah, so they're not like crawling on the floor, is what it feels like, I've heard, because I'm not tall, so I wouldn't know. So you also have asked for help opening jars and bottles. Lately, it was your CPAP water container. You have very little strength in your hands. Yeah, that can make things really difficult. Oh, I think speaking of things that are randomly difficult, though not to that level, not in any serious manner. Did you guys know that butter can be left-handed? I discovered this. Did I tell you about this last week? So my husband very kindly replaced the butter in our, little butter container. Like we use sticks or pats of butter and we put it in like a little butter container and then you use your knife to scoop it out. I didn't realize that that was a handed object and that you can have right-handed and left-handed favored butter until he put the stick back in there. And he took the butter and he squeezed it so that it was on the left side of the container, because apparently I put it on the right side of the container so I can slice and pull a pat of butter off towards me. Well, it was the other way around. And I literally, for a whole 30 seconds, sat there like, how do I get butter off the stick? I was like, honey, you made left handed butter. And he's like, what are you talking about? I was like, I literally can't figure this out. And he was like, welcome to my world. And I was like, no, this is harder for me. I was like, because as much as it stinks, it's a right handed world and you're ambidextrous because of it, even though you prefer your left. I was like, I'm completely incapable of using the other side of my mind and visually determining how to do things, what feels like backwards. It was a funny, weird moment. I may have told you about it already, and if I did, I'm sorry. And you can still not hold on to things with your left hand, so you have learned to adjust. Yeah. If you buy a bottle of soda, you always ask the clerk to open it. That's a smart idea. Matilda, you knocked a box of folders off the shelf at a Dollar Tree once, and a woman in the aisle asked if you wanted help picking them all up. He said sure, and she grunted and walked away. That's weird. Like, why would she have asked? She just wanted to know if you wanted help, but wasn't offering. You did have a woman ask you to get something off the bottom shelf once. She was older and couldn't bend enough. Yeah, that makes sense. Anne was saying to Sue, some things you can open, but there are some you can't. You have a nutcracker that you use to open bottles, but the juice was too big. Oh, that makes sense. Confessions done. Yay! What to read next? I don't know. What are your options, Matilda? Let us know. Sue, you even have a gripping pad and still can't get things done. Some things, I swear, like they don't want open. Because I'm like, who can do this? And you guys could get a pair of pliers to keep in your bag, but you want to set off a metal detector. Yeah, no, that seems like too much. And like it would be heavy after a while. And Sue said, oh no. G's been fixing a stats program data process, someone who is retired wrote. Oh, no, not something that someone left behind. Feels like you're dealing with Russian nesting dolls, but horror. That is such a funny comparison. Like, I need somebody to write that book. Not about the Russian nesting dolls, that's horror-like, but what you're doing is like that. Nikki, have fun with your errands. Hope they go well. Alicia will be back. Time to pick up the kiddos. Oh, yeah. Okay, and the new meds. I hope they work well for you, Alicia. And your wife apparently doesn't have enough to do at work. She sent a picture of footed sweatpants. You said yes, but we all need them so we can lower the heat. Yeah, there you go in the wintertime, right? 1984, Winston writing his journal for O'Brien, or rather Orwell, who he has never even spoken to, is the gayest thing ever. Methinks Orwell has issues. Oh, wait, no, he was writing his journal for O'Brien. Oh, right. Okay, I was like, wait, who's the Orwell? Okay, he was writing his journal for O'Brien, who he's never spoken to. I thought it was like, said a lot about him as a character for sure. I think to say the gayest thing makes it very confusing as to what you mean, and some people would be offended by, but I think I know what you're trying to say, Jay. Chris finally finished Hunted. Yay! You got it done after so many interruptions. You quite enjoyed it. We'll absolutely be continuing this series. Yay! I'm glad. Another series to add to your jar, Chris. And it's 81, but feels like 96. Ooh, yuck. Swank, you're very welcome. I hope you have a great day as well. Chris, sometimes forget you have hot cocoa. You will not drink it once it goes cold. Oh, yeah. Hot cocoa is a hard one. Like, I can do coffee, I can do tea, because we normally can drink iced versions of those. But I'm with you. Hot cocoa, that's a tough one because it's not even like it tastes like chocolate milk when it's cold. Hey, Angela, how are you? You got your grocery list made, med sorter refilled. Ooh, I need to do that. And a chapter read in love medicine. Good job. Jay got some laundry folded, snacked. You think it might be a snack day? Sounds good. Aries mostly drinking iced coffee in summer. There's no issue with getting cold. Yeah. Actually, you think Animal Spiral isn't magical realism. You think it's just a weird writing style. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that sometimes too when people are like magical realism. And I'm like, there's nothing magical about this. It's just weird. Nikki, as a passenger doing errands, you got to page 198, 32% when the day comes. Nice. Hello, Britton. How are you? You're reading Ex-Wives Murder Club. That's that. I could understand that club. I feel like there would be a lot of people who would join it. And you're on chapter 1. How's it going? Nikki felt like 1984 was okay. I also preferred Animal Farm, Nikki, over 1984. 1984 was just boring to you. I thought 1984 was good and was like a deep dive into the subjects brought up in Animal Farm, but I just felt like Animal Farm covered the same territory more succinctly and better in some ways. And like was, I think, makes it more applicable to everyone because it's more allegorical. Grace, 98% to May Luna. Wow, you're getting through that fast. And the book definitely took a sad turn. I was not expecting that. Jay says, and you need a pipe wrench. They're more adjustable. That's true. They'll also might be awkward to have in the purse. Like people might be scared if you pull that out. Sue started on chapter 12 and now on chapter 20. Ooh, you're making good progress. Britta posted on her channel that she was going to be away and out of town. So I don't think she posted a video this weekend either. So I'll let her know that you thought of her, Anne. But yeah, she's fine. She's doing good. She is out of town and busy today, but we'll be back as normal to normal filming next week, and we'll be back in sprints next week as well, I believe. Amelia still reading The Fawn. Ooh, I haven't heard of that one. How is it? Not pleasant to be in the main character's mind all the time? Oh, not stream of consciousness, but interesting. Okay. Interesting stream of consciousness is always helpful. Agatha decided to listen to the ABC Murder by Agatha Christie reread, but you don't remember much. It's the best kind. And Jay was saying to Nikki, you are not alone. You've heard that quite a lot, but you're reading in prep for reading Julia, which is supposed to be more interesting. That's what I heard as well, Jay. I don't know that I agree with that. It was different, an interesting perspective. And Nikki says, okay, cool. And you were hoping that the heat didn't get to her. Yeah, no. She's doing okay. I think she even said it had like slightly cooled down a little bit at one point where she is, but no, she is doing just fine. Sorry, making sure that none of these texts that are coming in are of anything that I need to worry about. Okay, so we're almost ready to go into our next sprint. I'm going to continue reading. I'm on page like 180. So I have about 40 pages left in my book to go. I think it's going to take me 2 more sprints to finish. But I feel like every time I say that, it takes me like 4 or 5 more sprints to finish. So we'll see how close to that I am or not. But I mean, I'm also getting up partway through the sprints, so I know that has something to do with it. But I'm definitely going to be sitting and drinking my not coffee and enjoying it. So Aries is going to finish into the Riverland in the next sprint. All right, sounds good. Oh, you have 1 chapter left. You should definitely finish then. Yeah, she doesn't have air conditioning. Yeah, and that's been hard. She did say that is like one of the things that she plans and hopes and wants to get when she moves, which makes sense not to get it now because then it's just going to be one more thing to move with you. But I don't know. I would have probably cracked. But yeah, hopefully the heat will crack. I know everybody's going to be loving fall this year. Hopefully we all get a really nice long fall before like winter comes in and kicks our butt. Because I'm trying not to have those, oh, I can't wait for winter feelings, because then I'm going to be in winter and be like, ah. Jay, apparently Neeson kept all the same dialogue from 1984 in Julius. Sometimes something is just so dull it can't be helped. It's finally cooled down in Germany. Good, Amelia. I'm glad to hear that, because it's been hot, like everywhere, but some places it's just not doable. Yeah, I would definitely read it out of curiosity. Like, I didn't think it was bad, Jay. I felt like it was more hyped probably in my mind. It's worth a try. And if you're really invested in 1984, it's worth more of a try. But I would say if you haven't read Animal Farm, read that and enjoy that more between the three. So that's it. We're going to go back into our next sprint and we will chat some more in an hour. Happy sprinting, everyone. Hello and welcome back. How did your sprint go? Mine went well. I got some things done around the house. Mainly, I rearranged some of the furniture in my front hallway. I recently moved a cabinet that was in our front hallway that we put that's basically just a cabinet of junk drawers. I moved it into our laundry room because that's the room in our house we most frequently enter through because it's connected to our garage. And so I had space for that. So I moved the coat rack to where the cabinet used to be. And then I moved the green chair that was in here into the front hallway so that there's green in other places in my house. And I set up a little area to sit and take your shoes off that was across from the coat rack. It looks really cute. All that it's missing is like a mirror or a picture or something like that. So I'll probably add that in to add a little bit to that space. And then it'll be a cute little nook to take your shoes off in. Plus a place to put that chair when nobody's sitting in it because it's a chair that mainly just gets sat in when we have a lot of company over. I am on page 216. I thought I had less of the book left to go than I do. It has 240 pages, so I have that much left. So it's definitely going to take me more than just one more sprint to finish, I think. I don't know. We'll see. Anyway, let me know how your sprint went and what you got up to. I did step outside for a bit. It's so nice and bright out. I can feel my pupils dilating as it gets sunnier. But yeah, it's nice and bright out, but it is just on the wrong side of humid. So definitely no sitting out there. And Tassandra came in. Perfect time to join. You're reading Soundless. And currently on page 14. Jay, other folks love it. This was in regards to Julia. Yeah, definitely see for yourself, see where you land. Definitely, some people like it, some people don't. Some people are like, okay, I get it. Amelia, the weekend was still awful, but today you're wearing long sleeves for the first time in months. Well, I'm glad there has been some relief. Anne is drinking your juice out of a mug that says, I am only talking to my cat today. Oh, so you missed the last chat. Well, hopefully you're here for this one and that you had a good lunch. Hello, honey. How are you? You did come in time for a sprint. No worries, Jay. Book Nook, you're back. You had dinner, went grocery shopping, and made it 100 pages into your manga. Nice. You got a lot done in the time that you were gone. And Holly said, welcome back. You dozed off and now up and have Rhonda the Roomba working her magic. I love that. I don't know how it's getting this late, Anne. And whew, I don't know if I need to vacuum my couch because too much dust has landed on it and it's making me sleepy. But I keep feeling like I could take a nap. So yeah, but it's already 3. Yeah. Jay fed the dogs, boiled a chicken breast, vacuum sealed, and froze another one. Put everything away. Not everything, just things you used for lunch. Sounds good. Yeah, everything would be a bit much. Hello, Cherie. How are you? You're reading The Lovers, The Liars, and Me and finishing your workday at home. Nice. Sounds like a good afternoon. Jay, those of you who found 1984 boring, did you read it alone or with a buddy with whom you could snark about Winston with? Because snark makes all the difference. I read it with Alex, and we had a good time discussing it. Right? I think I read it with Alex. I feel like that's the truth. Undoubtedly, you'll also snark at Julia. No character is safe. Well, snark away. So you spent the sprint thinking about retirement, but remembered you're only in your late 30s. Hey, it's never too early to think about it. Chris read The Miserable Mill by Lemony Snicket. Ooh, is that that's not in the series of unfortunate events, is it? Oh, wait, no, it is, isn't it? Because that's one of the places they go is the Miserable Mill. Easily your least favorite of the series. Which book number is that, Chris? Because there was definitely a point where I was yeah, I'm not feeling this anymore. And there were definitely some that I liked better than others. So I can relate to that. Kit Kat, hello. You did your dishes. Hoorah. Book Nook, put groceries away, and then you will work on a bunch of packing. Ooh, packing for a trip, packing for a move. What are you packing for? No reading for Amelia, but watching BookTube. That sounds fun. So you did some cleaning and got to 41%. And Dendron Color Carl 3. Nice. Book Nook, you'll read more of your manga. Grace finished May Luna, 4.5 stars. Nice. Now you're starting Let's Kiss and Tell, and you got to 3% in. You're tearing up the books, Grace. Sandra didn't read much because you were eating lunch. Ooh, frozen pizza and doom scrolling. And now you're on page 24 and you're liking it so far. Okay, that's good. Hey, Teresa, how are you? You watered your porch plants, picked green beans and tomatoes, and weeded a little. Ooh, spending time in the garden. How's it growing? Is it good? And are you going to have the green beans and tomatoes with dinner? Sounds yum yum. Kelly on the last 2 sprints ate leftover homemade sloppy joes. That sounds yummy. Made and posted an Instagram for book club and proofread to page 270. Nice. Aries made yourself a peanut butter sandwich. That sounds yummy. Finished Into the Riverlands. Yay for finishing. Didn't like it as much as the first 2 books of the series. Oh, I didn't realize that they're in a series. It was just okay. That's always like you do all that work to get to it, and it's like, it was all right. You read 1984 with your husband and just thought it was okay. He liked it a lot more. Okay, that's fair. Some people love 1984. I'm not one of those people, but I think it's a really good work, but I don't love it. Jay wouldn't recognize yourself if you put everything away. Who is that in your clothes? I know, right? Got to leave a little something out so you can come back to it. Yay, Alicia, you got home from, you picked the kids up, picked up the meds. Excellent. Hope that went smoothly. Oh, okay, book 4. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like the first 2 I loved. By the 3rd one, I was like, oh, okay, I get it. And by the 4th one, I was like, really? We're going to just keep doing this? And then there were like a couple that at least worked better because it like changed up things a little bit more, but snapping green beans and made some progress in ABC Murders. Good job, Agatha. What are you going to do with your green beans? Lady's gonna get to writing this sprint. Nice. I'm hopefully gonna finish my book and then I'm gonna write my review, update all my like reading journal-y related stuff. And then at the end of this book, there's a little bookshop game. I might play that for a little bit because that just sounds funny. And I've played it before and it is funny. Teresa, luckily your garden is growing very well. You've had plenty of rain this year, so you didn't have to water it much. That's nice. This was a good year for gardening, even where I am, because we've gotten just enough rain where I am that like you don't have to water, but we haven't gotten like the flood waters of rain that some people are getting, which if you're in one of those areas that's been getting atrocious amounts of rain, I hope you and all of yours are okay. Kit Kat Reptile Room was so good and fun. It's just all downhill from there. I can relate. Hey, Chris, how are you? I am well. And you're ready to start your reading day. Nice. What are you going to be reading? Let me know. Kelly says hi as well with the little pink hand of hi, which it sometimes will then write out like pink hand waving. Anyway, yeah. I'm looking forward to finishing my book. I might get to finish it during the sprint. It's not reading slowly, but somehow I'm getting like super distracted while reading it. I honestly think it's because the print is kind of small, because it's like tiny-ish print to me. But I will say one of the fun things it does have is that it's told in like 4 parts. And at the beginning of each part, you do get like a little picture. So there's your weird, creepy reading sprint picture for the week. At least it's inside the book and not the cover of the book, right? Chris said hello to Kelly. And Amelia, you have 2 bars of chocolate. Oh, but you want to take with you tomorrow? Could you have like a little bit of one? What kind of chocolate? Chris is reading Donald Ryan's Where Are the Kings? I have not heard of that one. When was it published? Recently? Let me know. I'm curious. Good eye, Kelly. It was a gourd. It's a gourd with what they are pretty sure is the image Queen Victoria engraved into it. Ponder that one. And I'll talk to you guys during the next break. Happy sprinting. Hello and welcome back. I was just writing something down in my notebook. How did everybody's spring go? Mine went well. I finished my book. Yay! Another book finished. Always feels good to do that. And yeah, I sort of anticipate it almost always happening on Mondays just because I don't know. It's just a lot of reading all in one day. And so it tends to be easy to finish a book unless it's super long or I just started it. Anyway, I'm going to get things set up for the next book that I think I'm going to read. Um, but because I'm not going to be talking about it for a little while, I'm probably not going to share with you what it is. But what I will share with you is this nice little book cover that I got. And I got this not to hide books from you guys during sprints, but actually because I have a few hardcover books and other books that have like sleeves of some sort on them. And I don't like taking the dust jackets off my books and holding the naked hardcover because I just feel like that leaves just fingerprints and stuff all over the nice naked hardcover. Then I don't like keeping the dust jacket on because then it moves around. That's why I don't like hardcovers. But I have enough of them on my shelf to read that I finally felt like maybe if I buy something to go over it, it won't bother me so much. That's my excuse. But it has been something I've been thinking about doing for a few months. And so I was at Barnes and Nobles a few weeks ago and they happened to have those. And I was like, perfect. And they're a weird size. Like they're big enough that it would hold a slim hardcover, but small enough that it would hold a large paperback. So that works for me. Let's see. Hello, Jane. How are you? You're reading, The Marriage Portrait. Are you going to read Maggie Farrell's new book that came out, Land? Aisha, how are you? You're reading When Women Were Dangerous by Kelly Barnhill, a buddy read. Dickens' Bleak House, Pickwick Papers, and Baldwin's Giovanni's Room. You've got a lot of good books going there. Amelia, you're getting too tired. All right. Have a good night, Amelia, and I hope you have a great rest of your week. I hope to see you next week as well. And you finished Nicholas Boggs' Baldwin, a Love Story, one of the best bios you've ever read. May reread it next year. You're not alone in that. People love that biography. Kristen, hey, I was wondering about you. Had to get up at 2:45 this morning to make it on a flight for work and just got your hotel after the workday. You're going to nap, but we'll probably see us later. Sounds good. Because I was going to ask you how you fared with all the weather, but you're probably sleeping. So enjoy your nap. Chris agrees that Baldwin's biography was wonderful. I know Anne would as well. And Kit was saying, congrats on finishing your book. Thanks. All you did was make and have lunch. Now the dishes are dirty again. Isn't that always the way? Those darn dishes. A book nook packed some, finished Beast, and updated your Herkiad tracker. Nice. I did that as well. You'll be starting Beartown next. Ooh, that's a favorite of other people. Or people, I should say people. Like I make it sound like not of mine, but of other people. I haven't read it, so I have no idea. Hello, Jim. How are you? You're at work and just had a cup of homemade cocoa. That sounds nice. 2 weeks ago, you completed Return of the King. Ooh, you enjoyed it, including appendices of History of Middle Earth. Nice. What did I drop? Oh. Have you read it before? Have you read anything in the series before, Jim? Diana, Dungeon Carl, oh, wow, is really nutty. Who went on to read the series? Quite a few people have. Is it nutty and you're liking it? Unsure? How are you feeling about it? Chris, it took you a bit to decide what you were going to read next. Oh, that's right, because you finished your book too. And you ended up going with Harmless by Samantha San Miguel, and you're on page 68 out of 289. Nice. What's Harmless about? I haven't heard of that one. And Sandra read 36 pages, and now you're on page 60. Yay, good job. And thanks. Am I can't talk. Am I planning to read more Anne Radcliffe? Yes. I have one more of her books other than The Italian. I have The Mysteries of Udolpho, which I really want to read. But for some reason, of the three of hers that I've had, The Romance of the Forest, The Italian, and Mysteries of Mysteries of Udolpho is the one that I've picked up the most and put back down. The Romance of the Forest, the first time I picked it up, I read the first page and like kept going. The Italian I've picked up once before and put back down. I don't know what it is with mysteries, but that's the other one I plan on reading. Sue was saying, hey, Deanna, you're back on book 3 of Dungeon Caller Carl and really enjoying the series. Michelle, The Marriage Portrait was one of your favorite books a few years ago. Michelle, I feel like that puts you as like a rarity. I feel like a lot of people didn't like it, but I'm not sure why. You have her new one on your TBR land, but you're nervous to read because your reading has been so slumpy. Oh, I hear what you're saying. So then you're just afraid that it's going to be like you're just not in the mood for it, not that it's that you don't like it. Good point. Anne was saying, yes, the Baldwin biography was wonderful, but it sent you down a rabbit hole. But don't all good books do that? Kristen, you haven't been able to fall asleep, of course. You've gotten lucky and no bad flooding in your neighborhood. Yay! At least no damage. Yes, it is super scary in some places, like bridges and roads being washed away and nutsy, crazy stuff and flooding. Flooding can be so bad and so dangerous. But I'm glad that your neighborhood has been fine. I'm assuming that you were able to get to the airport okay and that wasn't an adventure. At least I hope not. It is nutty but very entertaining. Okay, your son probably thinks you're losing it with laughing out loud. Oh my gosh, that's funny. Jim, unlike your friends, you have not read Tolkien in high school. You started in 2020 with The Hobbit. Return of the King took you over 4 years in between other books. Okay, that's fair. Yeah, and if you still loved it after all of that, way to go. It's the third and final book in a middle grade historical mystery series. The first book is called Spineless. That sounds semi-familiar, but it may just be from maybe I saw you read something else in the series. But that'll be nice if you finish a series. That's almost better than finishing a book. Is like finishing a book and a series. That's always nice. And Sue is saying, Diana, it is funny. And Sandra, you read the first chapter of Dungeon Caller Carl and laughed out loud at some parts. You have it downloaded from KU, but haven't started it. Kelly made it to page 284 in the proofread and got your blood pressure cuff working. So far, the numbers look just fine. Yay. Do you have to start taking it regularly? The water is scariest thing to you, and yes, the airport was just fine and nothing bad on your route. Yay. We have not had much rain at all in comparison. Like my mom keeps calling and being like, oh my gosh, I'm seeing flooding in this mountain. I'm like, don't know what you're talking about. Like we've probably had rain here every day or every other day, but when I say we've had rain for like 5 minutes, that's like probably it. And like most of the time, like not heavy torrential downpours, just like rain. Like it's solidly raining, get your umbrella out, and like passing thunderstorm. But like we keep getting the edge of storms. So we've been very fortunate here. Michelle, you set aside Heart the Lover because of your slump. You didn't want your blondness to influence your Lily King. Yeah, I know. That's the hardest part, right? Where you're like, okay, I don't think it's you. I think it's me. It's like being in a bad relationship. It's not you, it's me. And a friend in Indiana said the flooding was bad. Yeah, depending on what part of Indiana you live in, the flooding is really bad. Like really, really bad. And then other parts have had like not hurricane. What am I even talking about? Bad wind. Like I know some people in northern Indiana have had like roof damage, that kind of stuff. It's just been some bad weather coming through. Chris was saying, which works well since you also started a series today. Oh, you're right. Yeah, that does balance out nicely. Good job. I'm sure you planned that. Mm-hmm. That would be me. Like, oh, happy accident. Bob Ross style. Aries switched to the Gilded Cage, the second Popular trilogy and you're enjoying it greatly. Chris has been watching YouTube videos on the man who was trying to extort authors into giving him $1,000 so he would write them a positive review for their books. I think I saw something on YouTube where somebody had a picture of that. And rain and wind frighten you. You're not alone. You have a friend near Anderson, Indiana, and she says her side of town is not bad at all. That's good. Hello, Black Widow. How are you? Diana, you love to see that people are reading Tolkien. You think you read only Tolkien in November and December. You have most of the Middle Earth 12 volumes set to read and 3 volumes of poetry plus more. You have all the Tolkien. I know. It's crazy that we haven't gotten much. You had areas with over 10 inches, not stopped raining for 6 days. Yeah, see, like we keep getting little tiny pieces of storm. Oh, she lives in Indianapolis. That makes sense, Anne. Yeah, they've had really, really bad rain there. Chrissy had the same thing here 5 minutes of rain, 3 hours of sun, 1 hour of loud thunder, and no rain. Yep, that's exactly what it's like here. A very happy accident. Yeah, Anderson has gotten bad. You're glad she's okay. Same. Does anyone else track how many series they're in the middle of and realize that it's a lot? Yeah, I think a lot of people do. I kind of loosely track it. Like I track the ones that I want to continue and nothing else. Anyway, our timer went off for our next sprint. So let's go ahead and get into it. I am feeling generous. So I'm going to go ahead and like reset it so that we have like all whatever hour. I don't know why I couldn't think how long we have. 60 minutes. There we go. And I will see you when the 60 minutes are over. Happy sprinting, everybody. Hello and welcome back. How is everybody doing? I'm like trying to delete stuff off my phone, just keep the clutter down to a minimum. I need to do emails next, and that's my air fryer. Should I go and I'm making french fries. It'll be fine, right? It'll be fine. Anyway, yeah, what did I do during that last sprint? I have no clue. I did play the game that's at the book back of Once Upon a Tome. I did read a little bit of my other book. I updated my book journal. I walked around my house a little bit. I threw some french fries in the air fryer. I'm going to make some cheeseburgers. Well, a cheeseburger for dinner with some veggies and some french fries, and it's going to be delicious because I'm hungry. So that's what's going on with me. Let's see what's going on with you guys. My french fries are going to be ready like the second we're done with this sprint, and it's going to be, or break, and it's going to be so good. Kelly tracks your series. That's right, because we were talking about if you, I'll put the question back up. Aries had asked if anyone tracks how many series they're in the middle of, and realized that it's a lot. And I've been tracking just the series that I want to continue. Even if I've started book one and I don't want to continue and I don't track it. Kelly tracks her series, and it's kind of ridiculous, but you wouldn't change a thing. You're having a great time. That's awesome. So, that's why you reached out to her. You saw some videos, and it was crazy. What were we talking about, Sue? Oh, right. Of some of what was going on in Anderson and whatnot. Black Widow's reading Claire McIntosh, Other People's Houses. I feel like I've seen the cover of that book. Sue, you only keep track of series you want to continue. You still have 50 going. Oh, wow. See, I don't even read a lot of series, so that's probably why I have so few. Kelly, same as Sue, and you have a 59. Out of 10 of those, you're caught up on, and I'm awaiting the next in the series. Nice. Jim was saying to Diana, you did not know about 3 volumes of Tolkien poetry. Now you do. You're considering reading the Silmarillion next in the author series. Yeah. Sue, you only have a couple of books in series that you're waiting for. Okay, that's not too bad. And you don't want this Nana's mess will taste like. Oh, you don't know what this Nana's mess will taste like, but it smells good? Well, that's a good place to start, since taste is largely really our sense of smell. Aisha was saying to Anne, what was it about the Baldwin biography that sent you into a rabbit hole? Anne reread all his books. That'll do it. A booknik made it to page 29 in Beartown. How are you liking it so far? Agatha's a third of the way through ABC Murders. Aisha was saying that's great to Anne. Talonda read 8 pages in your book and you're reading main characters. Why does that sound familiar? And Jay got caught up on your 1984 buddy read. Good job. Chris, you're about to finish your book. You're now at 197. I'm guessing fewer distractions. That's good to know. Sounds good. Kelly got the multiverse stuff straightened out. Good job, Kelly. I think we should all give Kelly a round of applause for that. You have straightened out the multiverse. That was a very productive sprint. You also divided your clothes and got the first load of laundry in the wash and swept the laundry room floor. You had a win. And hello, Betty. First time you joined a Monday sprint, you were struggling to finish Dungeon Crawler Carl, and now you're struggling with it. Oh, you don't know if you can do it. What are you struggling with? And how far are you in? That might help. I think you can do it, though, if you want to. And hello to everybody. Well, thanks for joining, Betty. Aries, you made me crave fries. I'm sorry. The Tolkien poetry books are beautiful. I don't think I've ever seen those, Diana. But I bet they would be nicely done. Chris is in the middle of around 115. Yeah, you've got like that stack of or container that you have of series, like it runneth over. And another 94 or so where you're caught up, and I'm waiting for the next book. You haven't updated it in like a week. So those are the numbers as of last week. That's impressive that you keep track of all that. I didn't realize you kept track of that. Well, I guess I did realize you kept track of that outside of the jar, I just hadn't thought about it, because you do tend to know what's in there and not. But you also like start and read a lot of series, so that also makes sense that your number is really high. Jay, you discovered you have a mouse in the kitchen. No. Oh no. I'm sorry. I hope it goes away soon. And Diana, you are not what? Kristen's heading to dinner in a few minutes. So you can get back and go to bed. Sounds good. Enjoy your dinner. Your current read is Biological War. Doesn't sound like a light and fluffy read. I'm glad it's fascinating. But yeah, I would think that would be terrifying. I hope you have a great trip, Kristen. Enjoy your dinner. Teresa's reading a middle grade. Summer at Meadowood. Very good. About a summer camp. Nice. Anne has a Twain biography to read. Kelly, you'll solve world hunger. Kelly, you need to keep coming to sprints on Mondays. After you solve world hunger, we'll start taking a request list of other major problems. But the multiverse last sprint, world hunger next sprint, I'm not going to complain. Good job, Kelly. Good job. Diana, you were waiting on the next volume of Game of Thrones, but you gave up on it. Yeah, I think everyone has, Diana, from what I've heard. Multiverse is a convention in October just outside of Atlanta. Yeah, I figured it was a thing. Are you trying to tell us, Kelly, that you didn't actually straighten out the multiverse? Man, a little disappointed now. Chris was saying, Teresa, you read that book earlier this year and had a good time with it. Ooh. And you've shown your spreadsheets on sprints before. Really? Well, that vaguely sounds familiar. I must have missed that. Plus, you shared a blank version for others to use if they want. You believe it's in the Google Doc for Series-a-thon. Now that you say that, I do recall that you had some good spreadsheets for Series-a-thon. Nice. Well, there you go. Now you guys know where to go if you want a spreadsheet for your series. Jay will probably go to heaven tonight. Oh, the little mousy. Oh, that's sad. I'm just going to imagine that he's going to be, heaven is outside. Aries in the middle of 40 series, but you're going to drop at least one. You didn't like both books you've read from it. Oh, yeah, that'll do it. Betty, you have about 80 pages left in Dungeon Crawler Carl. Oh, but you find the prose in the Dungeon Crawl itself a little bland, but the bigger scope of the plot seems so interesting, so you're torn. I get that. Yeah, and my friend says, like, the bigger scope does seem to continue, but, like, you've got to get books and books in. So I would say finish it. Like, I don't think you're going to regret finishing the last 80 pages. Just don't know you're also not going to get a ton of resolution by doing so. So I would say if you reach any point where you feel like you're content with what you've read and you have no plans on going on to book 2, stop at any point before the end that you feel somewhat resolved on what's happened, and you'll be fine. Kristen, you never got to the 4th book in Game of Thrones because you just knew you'd get too attached and the rest will never come. See, you have to like cut yourself off and be like, okay. And you finally had to turn the AC on. Oh, I didn't realize you haven't had it on. That's it. You're going on the road. Comedy show about books incoming. Yeah. I like it. Holly, you don't like Dungeon Crawler Carl and give anyone permission to DNF it without guilt. Yeah, I think so. It's funny because I feel like the longer the book is out, the more split the reviews are on it. I feel like the reviews started really high, and like now that it's been out longer, and that sometimes happens when something's really hyped, that the reviews just become more mixed as time goes on. You can't imagine reading Dungeon Crawler Carl with your eyeballs. It wouldn't hit nearly as well. I don't think it does. Now that you say that, I really don't think it does. Because I know Alex listened to it on an audiobook and then she read it the second time and she said it was not the same experience. And I do think that the narrator of the audiobook is probably making the book. Teresa was saying to Chris, you're only a third through, but liking it. You wanted something easy to read, but summary. Well, it sounds like you picked the right book for it. Holly, and unless the cat changes in later books, I don't think so. basic portrayal of a Persian king. If you ask me, why not make her from the Bronx or something? That would be pretty fun. Teresa was saying to Jay, you could use a live trap. We did that before and then took it to the park and set it free for a hawk to eat. No, that's awful. You've been taking a break. Oh, I don't blame you for not wanting the noise of the AC. Aries is now making sweet potato fries. Sorry. Kristen had a couple of free credits on Audible, so you got the audiobooks at DCC. You've only done the first one, but liked it, but didn't love it. You're still continue though, but probably only with the free credits. That's fair. Kelly, if you think the cat changed, there would be a rebellion. Oh, so true. So true. There would be protest in all the online chat forums. All right, we're going to go into our next sprint. I'm going to make my cheeseburger, and I will see you guys in an hour. Happy sprinting. Hello and welcome back. How did everybody's sprint go? I hope your sprint went well. I know mine did. I had a good time. I had dinner. That's always a good time, in my opinion. And yeah, what else went on? Um, I don't know. I feel like that was the main thing is I had dinner. And I feel like the numbers are really small. Does that make it bigger? I don't think it did. Anyway, yeah, I had dinner. Dinner was good. It was delicious. And I talked to hubby. He came home. And what else did I do? I'm reminding myself of is it My Fair Lady? Where the girl's like, and I just can't stand them. That's what I'm reminding myself of every time I say and. Anyway, I started listening to an audiobook because I remembered that I actually have an audiobook that I'm listening to. And it's one of like it's an audiobook of the great courses. Like, how there's that like online great courses thing. You can get some of them through your library. And I picked up the one called The Art of Reading because I'm nerdy and I like to read books about how to read literature. So that's what I'm doing. Um, Listening to that. So if you see me making funny faces, that's just because I'm listening to that and thinking about what he's saying and occasionally taking notes. Though I might, during the next sprint, move over to the couch and write because that sounds like fun and cozy and comfy. And look, it's nice and bright and sunny on that side of the house now. So we'll see what I get up to. I'd love to go outside for a walk, but it's just going to be so gross if I do that. So instead, I'm going to do some leg workouts next sprint. Aries, one of your cat demands your attention. Probably wants a midnight snack too. Oh, that's true. Smelled your french fries and was like, hey. Jay, you're in the fifth book of DCC, and it is for a very specific audience. The cat does increase in complexity and becomes a much richer character. And I have a question, Jay. Is the fifth book you're saying for a very specific audience, or do you feel like the series as a whole is? Betty, you think you're going to finish DCC, but you're pretty sure you have no desire to continue with the series. Maybe you'll give the audiobooks a try in the future if you ever want to know what happened. That sounds good. That's like a pretty easy way to go. And I've heard good things about the audiobook. Jay, you don't believe in torturing animals before they die, and that is what live trapping does. Oh, like the feeling they go through. Aries, you hate that the DCC audiobooks are exclusive to Audible. That is annoying. You might have to subscribe again. And Holly says you did not know that. G, the day you found a rodent in your house, you'll have to sleep elsewhere until your husband removes it. Yeah, that'll be like just burn it down. G, you haven't seen one since you left the Northeast. No thanks. Yeah. Aries, everything in your book started to go wrong all at once. All the POV characters are suddenly in trouble. You're sitting here mumbling, oh no. Oh no. And Jay says to Aries, I agree. It really bugs me to support our Amazon overlords, but you figured your occasional purchase wouldn't make much difference to them. So you just bought the recording and didn't restart your sub. Oh, that's a good way to do it. And hello, Rita Lai, listening to Here One Moment. Lovely. And Holly says to G, yeah, now you have to contend with is gators. Oh, yeah. She was saying, Holly, they at least don't make their way into your house. True. Just your backyard. And well, that was probably not the best, but nobody is hungry. Well, there you go. Success. I call it success. G is lounging on the couch for the evening. We'll probably listen to your audiobook. Excellent. Chris finished Harmless. Yay! Second book with 20 minutes to spare. Ooh, wow. You finished it with time. You had options. You gave it 3.5 stars. Okay, that's not bad. And then you walked around for a bit, checked on the kitties and gave them pets. And now you're working to update your spreadsheet. Nice. You're getting lots done, which I know is what you were hoping for. Aisha's going to sign off. Good night. Goodbye. You're welcome. Thanks for joining as always. And have a great week. Agatha made it to 56% in the ABC murders. And Mulk in the margins Hello. You had dinner too. Ooh, you had eggs, cucumber, and then an Oreo ice cream sandwich. Yum. I want dessert. Nikki read to page 299, 49% in When the Day Comes by Gabrielle Meyer. You love this book so much already. You put book two of the series on hold on Libby. That's always nice when you know you want to do that so early on. Kelly made it to page 309 in your author's proofread. Just read just over 100 pages left. If you didn't have a meeting tonight, you'd finish it today. Oh, so close. That's got to feel good, though. Jay figured out how many pages of Animal Spiral you're not reading front to back, so math. Also started reading another short story in Uncertain Suns. Ooh. Oh, is Animal Spiral, is that a collection of short stories? Your daughter was excited that she got the algebra teacher she did. Yay! That's always nice. Lady, so glad you came back right now. You just got home from work and now you can write since you didn't get to earlier like you wanted to. Awesome. I hope work went well. You're also finally home to your cat. Your cat finally got to come live with you from your mom's house. Yay! He's adjusted lovely. Oh, that's so nice. Oh, reunited. Kelly, DCC is being made into a TV series. That might register better for people who aren't feeling the books. I don't know that I want to see that as a TV series either, but some people might. That just sounds like it's going to be, I don't even know what. Though, you know, I think it was Alex. Somebody pointed out the other day that for a book that is like very against like the popularization of things, somewhat anti-capitalist, and like, oh, everything is just a marketing ploy. Yeah, they've marketed the crap out of that book. Lady, animals don't deserve to be exploited, period. Vegan for them. There you go. And hello, Cypher. Just joined in the last sprint, got to 40% in Bluebird. And you're reading it for your book club. Definitely enjoying so far, and also got yourself a fudge ice cream bar as a treat. Yum, yum, yum. All of you having dessert. Welcome, Cypher. Alex, you didn't love the DCC audio. You listened to the book, saw an interview, and the narrator said he was leaning into Patrick Warburton for Carl, and that got distracting. Oh, I thought you did like the audiobook. I guess you just liked it better than the book, or differently. I guess it was different. Jay, the series as a whole, it's such a mix of gross, squishy adventure stuff with themes of found family, love, loyalty, etc. You'll read book 3, but it has heavy lifting to do to win you back over and make you continue on in the series. Have you tried Libro? Me? I have not tried Libro FM. I know about it, but I just don't listen to enough audiobooks to pay for it at this point. And usually I can find everything I want at the library. John of John is so good, you can't put it down. Yay! I'm happy for you, Holly. Did you announce your next book yet? You missed it, or are you still waiting to announce? The next book that I'm reading? I have not. Because I'm not reading it yet. I mean, I read like a chapter, but I don't know. But I'm listening to an audiobook. I'm pretty sure that's what I'm going to do the rest of the night. I'm listening to an audiobook of The Great Courses, and it's the course called The Art of Reading. I keep wanting to say artful, which I don't know why. John had you up until 1 or 2 a.m. to finish. Yeah, I feel like you haven't read a book you've enjoyed since you finished it either, Alex. Or not that you haven't enjoyed, but I feel like it was after reading that like things started like going downhill. Does that sound right? I feel like that's the last book that I recall you like binge reading. Anne agrees with Holly. Jay, no, Animal Spiral is not short stories, but can be read front to back or chronologically. Oh, okay, that's right. So the first chapter read is actually near the end, second towards the front. Okay, it's kind of like hopscotch. I got you. Hello, Kara. How are you? Welcome. How are you today? I hope you're doing well. Let me know what you're up to, what you're doing. You just already read several stories in The Uncertain Sun, so reading another one of those. Sounds good. And Kelly says, y'all are making me want to get John of John. I mean, I don't think I've seen a negative review on it yet. I'm sure there are some, but you know what I mean. Pretty sure everyone was praising it last week too. You don't even know what it's about. I don't either. You don't like not knowing it's a character flaw? Uh-oh, Kelly, you've got FOMO. I don't think I'm going to read it though because I read Shuggy Bane. I thought it was okay. I and then for Young Mungo and John of John, I'm just like, do I want to read another book by you? Do I care about like what it sounds like the books are about? I don't know. Like they just don't drag me in. Um oh god, laughing stock. What have you gotten you into? Sounds right. You were thinking you were on a 5-star drought, or you think you were on a 5-star drought. Yeah. I feel like that's what was happening. And then you read it, and then you loved it. And then you're on a, like, it sent you right back into the drought. Your prediction for the Booker. That's what I'm thinking too at this point, Anne, because I don't feel like I've heard anybody even be like, it was okay. What is everybody talking about? I mean, I'm sure somebody is. Oh, Tried Wife ended up getting 5 stars. Okay. That campy horror book hit all the right notes. Nice. Jonna John is the best of his books. Ooh. You just came back from work, had dinner, and will shower and cozy up with a book in bed. Oh, that sounds like a nice evening. Jay says, what? I had nothing to do with this. Yeah, a likely story. We all know the truth. So, yeah, I think I'm going to go. I'm probably going to go get my mail real quick. I'm going to do my little leg workout and stretches and things like that. And then I'm going to continue listening to my audiobook. But I'm not going to, ironically, listen to my audiobook while doing any of those things because I do want to take some notes on what this guy is saying. And I won't be able to do that while I'm doing all the other things. So, you still think Shitty Bane is the best. Okay. See? And I know where my taste aligned with yours. And I know that I did not like Shuggy Bane as much as you did. Which, if you like the other two, like still a lot, but not as much. Yeah, I just don't see it happening for me. Anyway, what was I going to say? I had some other thought other than what I was doing. Oh, the boys went to trivia night. So we'll have to see how they did. They went to trivia night with some other friends of ours. So they're going to be on a trivia night team tonight. It starts at 6:30. How long does trivia night go? Like an hour? So we'll see how they do. They're both full of lots of trivia knowledge. So I'm thinking they'll do pretty well. John of John, for you over Shuggy for sure. Oh, you think so? Oh. But what is John and John about? Is that the one with the like father and son who are living on an island off the coast of somewhere? And like one of them's a priest? Is that right? Oh, Cassandra, you didn't read that sprint, but you read to page 103, the sprint before. Well, that's progress. And I'm sure you were busy doing other things during the sprint. So that's always good. It's so weird. Like ever since they did one of the recent like software updates, my computer fan doesn't come on as often. And so like right now it's like so quiet. It's so quiet in my house. I think because both the boys are gone as well that I'm like, what is this place? Where am I? And this is going to be my life, guys. I'm about to go back to having the house to myself all the time. I mean, not all the time. My husband comes home in the evening and he only has classes Tuesdays and Thursdays, but still, he'll go into work on a daily basis. John is the first for you, his that you've read, and you expected doom and gloom, and it's not bleak or not entirely bleak. That's good. You're still waiting for The Disappears by Marlon James. Oh, yeah. When does that come out? September? And September 1st. Okay. Yeah, it'll be interesting since that one's not out and pretty much nobody's read it yet unless people have arcs. So what if that shakes everything up? What if that like pushes John off the pedestal? Like, will that happen? Because I feel like sometimes what happens is something that's already out like starts like getting momentum and nothing else can catch up. And have you guys heard? Not that. But have you heard that I think it's like in 2 years' time or something like that, that after a while, like all the books will have to have been released to be eligible for the Booker. They've like set that in motion. Anyway, let's go into our next sprint. I'll see you guys in an hour. Happy sprinting. Hello, welcome back. How did I miss that we were that close to the end of the sprint? I mean, should I really be surprised by that? Because how many times do I forget to come back? Anyway, how did everybody's sprint go? Mine went well. I went to get the mail, and it was actually not as humid out as I was afraid it was going to be, even though it was warmer than earlier. And so not only did I walk to the mailbox, I kept walking and went for a little walk. So that was nice. And then I came back and had to sit next to my fan for a little while because it was not that bad out, but it was still bad enough. And then I was sitting here, and if I was looking like I was staring off into space, it was because I was listening to my audiobook while writing some things in my notebook. And then I got to the point where I was like, I don't think I like this lecture on this. I feel like he's saying so much to eventually get back to the point that I was like, yeah, nah. So I'm going to do something else during the next sprint. Haven't decided what yet, but it's 7:48, so we are about to go into our last sprint. I can't believe it. I'm also really curious about how the guys are doing at trivia night. Anyway, when we left off, Alex was saying you have the net galley for Marlon James, and you hope it didn't expire. Oh no, that would figure, right? I hope not. I didn't realize they could expire. And the interesting thing about Stuart and James are previous winners of the Booker. Does that mean that they award it to another book so they don't have to have repeat winners? That's a good question. But I swear they've had repeat winners before. But I feel like it's been a while. But didn't Hilary Mantel, didn't she win twice? I swear somebody's won the Booker twice. So, but that is a good question. Kristen. But you know what, Anne? I also think, though, you shouldn't even be able to nominate them if you wouldn't give it to them again. Because otherwise you're just taking up somebody else's spot, you know? Oh, Kristen, you missed us. You had the fastest dinner ever. That was fast because I saw when you came back out and posted that. Diving back into biological war to wind down, as we do. Hello, Anne-Marie. How are you? You're staying in the air-conditioned house, 100 degrees in Texas. Yikes. And you're reading Riley Sager. Nice. Which one? Holly, the Booker list and winners are always a mystery wrapped in a riddle. You just know there is always at least one book on the list that becomes an all-time favorite. That is awesome. For you, that is. And Jay was like, drum roll, as Holly announces her favorite of all time. No, I think that was in my opinion, or for her, in her experience. It was for me, that is, as opposed to for me, that is. Jay's just hanging out in suspense, waiting. Kristen, is her book Biological War as good as Nuclear War? Is there a book on nuclear war as well? Jay's also curious about that. You saw an interview with her and it piqued your interest. Oh, does she literally have a book on both those? I don't know that I'd want to read either. You have the book Biological War, but you're apprehensive because nuclear war was so good. Oh. I don't know. Kristen seems to be enjoying the biological war. So far, you think so. You're about 2/3 done. It's not set up exactly the same as nuclear war because it also does some flashbacks to past events that have led us to where we are rather than sticking to the timeline like nuclear war. But it still has the element to 1 day after Contagion, 2 days after. I don't think I could read that. It feels more real to you because virus bacteria feels closer to home. No, that sounds like a horror novel. It's nonfiction, right? Kelly, you're off to prep for your meeting. Have a great meeting, Kelly. Thanks for joining. You ended on page 321 in the proofread and did a load of dishes. You're very welcome. Jay finished the short story you were reading. Uncertain Suns is a good collection. Brings a nice level of creepy for you. Awesome. Holly, no all-time favorite yet from this year. Haven't finished John of John, but it could be. Last year, it was Safekeep, and Remains of the Day is your top fave of all time. Nice. Sue read 30 pages in Lattes and Spirits, #1 in the Mystic Brews Mysteries. Nice. I thought that was going to be in the Legends and Lattes. I'm like, oh, now it's Lattes and Spirits. Okay. That was a dinner sprint for you, Chris. Awesome. And Jay, you really enjoyed The Safekeep. You think it was the first book you really liked rather than just appreciated. Oh, interesting. Okay. What do you think changed about that? Like, what did you like about it versus some of the others? Cassandra is now on page 138 of Soundless. It's so good. You're definitely going to finish this tonight. Awesome. Glad you're enjoying it. Jay, poor drummer, is going to get very tired. Maybe they should take a break and wait for the disappears to come out. Nikki read to page 315, 51%. And when the day comes, 266 pages, so it's fairly short. Oh, okay. It's a standalone, which is fun. That is fun. You've been reading a lot of fantasy standalones this summer. That's nice. And Nikki also had dinner. Diana was saying J.G. Farrell won in 1970 and 1973. There you go. There's a double win. The Disappears is 600 pages. Of course it is. It's Merlin James. Has he written a short book? They don't usually award it to the longest book. True, but Hilary Mantel won, right, with one of her long books, didn't she? J.M. Coetzee, yeah, that's right. He won in 83 and 99. I feel like it's been a while since there's been double winners, but it's happened. And then Anne-Marie was saying, with a Vengeance, so far so good and not boring at all. Nice. And yep, both creative nonfiction, where all the details are very researched, but the scenario is obviously speculative since it hasn't happened. To the scariest books you've ever read, and you love horror. It sounds terrifying. So it's kind of like the nonfiction, creative fiction part, kind of like King Tut. Then it sounds like Dinner with King Tut. Well, that's just wrong. Celebrate the Chunkers, right? Okay, I was right. Hilary Mantel did win twice. That's what I thought. I was like, wait, didn't she win twice? And hers were chunkers. So it is possible to win twice and to have a chunky book. And yeah, it's gonna be interesting because, like I said, I mean, I think that's like the benefit to the authors who do enter their book and have their book already out, is that like their book can just gain a lot of steam. And more people have read it. There's more excitement and buzz. And you're not going to convince me that that does not sway the judges. I mean, there's some book prizes where I swear like the judges aren't swayed by anything. And people could be like, this is the best book ever written in all of the universe. And they'd still be like, which one? We didn't even shortlist it. But I feel like generally the booker is kind of on the beat of what other people are liking. Okay, just like King Tut, but way more terrifying. Yeah. It sounds like it. With the booker, you often think they leave off the audience favorite from the shortlist. See, that's what I was saying. Because they're like, oh, yeah, we have it here. Oh, you guys liked that one? I feel like there's a couple of prize lists that do it. There's a point where like I at least appreciate the Pulitzer Prize because like they're not buying into the hype because they're just like, this is it. You might not have even heard of it. And I'm like, dang, okay. And they're like, we chose it. We don't care what you think. And nobody might ever read this afterwards. I don't know how helpful that is to the authors, but you know, it is what it is. Pre-apocalyptic books. It sounds like a nightmare. Sounds like a nightmare. Anyway, we're going to be going into our very last sprint. I feel like this evening went by really fast, but I also feel like I got a lot done. I got done pretty much everything on my to-do list. So I think I am maybe going to spend this sprint reading some of my last book. And then the boys will probably come home partway through this sprint and share with me how they did and interrupt my reading. So it's not that I don't want to start my new book. It's just I don't like starting a book on a day I finished a book because like I like space. They left off Sea Scraper last year, even though it was the audience favorite. They should do that. Like audience favorite, that should be a prize from the booker. The Vegetarian won the Pulitzer Prize. You don't trust it anymore? That book was awful. You see, Chris liked it. Oh my gosh, it's always funny. Anyway, last sprint. I'll see you guys in an hour. We'll talk one last time, read your prize winning books, your scary books, and all the things. And I'll talk to you in an hour. Happy sprinting.